Test. Alright, there we are. Give me just a moment. Alright, my apologies. First order of business. I was equal parts stalling as well as responding to a few different things as need be. No trouble, just need to organize my thoughts. Secondly, as mentioned, I had some technical difficulties. I didn't realize it until I was about to properly start, but my microphone was not properly working. So I just had to unplug it and plug it back in and fiddle with a few settings, and here we are. But yes, good evening everyone. Hopefully you're faring well. Hopefully you had a good, fulfilling day, or hopefully a good day will be about to start for you. I see Theo there, who doubtlessly has not had an ounce of sleep, and hopefully has not been chugging down caffeinated beverages. I'm sure they'll be 100% energetic for Sean's stream in 4 to 5 hours. Unfortunately, it appears as though the prey may have overslept or his alarm may have failed him, and obviously I'm bereft of my maid. She just needs a bit more rest. She's been lower on energy than usual lately, even beyond any problems of illness. Don't ask me how a porcelain doll infused with magic and life gets ill. Beyond that, as for the initial reason we delayed the stream, as mentioned on Twitter, that would simply be because my percolator has failed. I desired coffee, piecewise to go with the game we are playing tonight, and unfortunately, no places seem to be open quite this late. Unless they're expensive, or miles away from me, or a McDonald's. I opted for somewhere between options A and B, seeing as most places were closed. I acquired a delightful omelette to snack on while I waited on the others, just to make sure that they wouldn't be available, as well as some coffee. It is delicious and has some vanilla. Just a hint of bitterness to bite. Just nipping at the tip of my tongue before slowly oozing over the back. Bitterness setting in as vanilla floods through my mouth. The caffeine slowly runs through my system. Now then, as both my Lily and the prey will not be available, for tonight I will be resuming the Evil Within 2, as you may have guessed from beneath the stream, as well as the tweet. As a reminder, I will not be streaming the Evil Within 2 on Friday this week. Should he feel up to it, the author will be resuming Lies of P. And then there will be next week. Now then, let's kill the music. Excuse me. Dim the lights. And start the game. Somehow the speed of the mouse cursor seems different beyond the fact that, well, then it has been a while since I've played this, so perhaps I'm just adjusting how it is. I was about to say, fortunately we have something of a worry. But given the town is breaking down and we have lead on a stronger signal, we will be heading to the town hall, city hall, what have you. Which included traveling through the Marrow, something of a backdoor system for Mobius to make use of. While I'm here. And here are the random little tidbits we've picked up. A strange mask, a strange robot, and whatever that may be. I wish we were wearing the old coat. This new outfit is... well, to be frank, we look like a washed-up version of Nathan Drake. At some point, I should really see how long these actually take to recharge.
This must be City Hall. Gotta stop this guy and save Lily.
How polite of them to program and morph. Must be something of a random power station area. The Yugen dollar store.
It's him. Shit! What the fuck is that?
Chapter 5. Lying in Wait.
Not sure I'm ready for this.
Veritas Asmodeus.
Can't turn back now.
12821. Part of me wonders if those numbers actually have any meaning.
Another beautiful day.
Another beautiful day. I can't remember the last time it was overcast or too cold. Always feels just right. I'm truly blessed to be born and raised in Union. Never left this place. I don't want to. I plan on dying here. Smell that. It smells like spring. Flower beds they planted here are really something, aren't they?
Sounds miserable. Variety is the spice of life, and spring has all sorts of issues. Incidentally, if they plan on putting every person into this thing, exactly how do they plan on sustaining people? Obviously the nutrients are going to run up unless they plan on just letting everyone die. How about new life? Children? Obviously they can simply have digital children, but... have they figured out any sort of artificial intelligence? Every time there's a bolt of lightning, I have some sort of concern that some big monster is going to spring forth and demand our attention. Fortunately, beyond this massive thing, doesn't appear to be too much concern. That, or whatever may be up ahead. I'm surprised that we can't hide in this tall grass, though. Oh, a medical pouch. Thank you for your sacrifice. I'm somewhat surprised that you can't... Excuse me, I'm somewhat surprised that you can't hide in that type of tall grass. You'd also think there would be some sort of statue around here, and hello, invisible wall, and copy and pasted cloth asset is the term I'm looking for. Alright, some minor exploration done. On to the beaten path.
Yeah, just you wait, asshole.
Well, City Hall appears to have momentarily returned. I recognize some of those heads. Sebastian, this is what you get for walking into a place like this without some sort of foresight. Well, on the bright side, now you have the tools to fight back. She appears to be having some amount of difficulty tracking us down. Sebastian, I had actually planned on you climbing on that, but alright. Alright, slow down. This can actually be something of an advantage. It is interesting that she has a step-up animation. I am still not regretting the upgrade to our stamina. Although there appears to be some sort of slowdown, despite the fact that we are still at 60 FPS. How did that miss? Alright, Sebastian, if you please stand up.
Stay down.
There we go. Lots and lots of pretty little giggling places to line up a headshot. Though, unfortunately, it's eaten up a good chunk of our ammunition. But we have plenty more where that came from. Alright, Sebastian, that wasn't quite needed. I suppose they only had the one boss fight animation per round for that. A shame that you cannot disassemble these. At least now we can spend some delightful time looting the place. Should have used some shotgun ammunition. That's a shame. Fortunately, given the fact that despite being a survival horror, there are a number of boss fights, they have given us a nice quantity of ammunition and supplies in each of these boss areas. Actually, it's a little odd that there isn't a trap in this one. Although I could hardly call them a trap, given they give us barely any actual slowdown, while giving us plenty of time to line up our shots. I can't help but wonder if you could use stealth attacks on her. Fortunately, there are some sniper cartridges in here. How do I go about getting back there? Not that way, no. All these fallen trees going over the fences, and they decided, hey, let's put an invisible wall there. How about you don't have a bunch of trees that could be used for us to go over the fences then? I can't actually climb on top of these. Which answers an earlier question I had regarding, well, potentially having missed out on some loot due to not climbing on some of these boxes. It bothers me that I can't get to that boss. Invisible wall. Can I go out now that the boss is gone? No. And that's still there for some reason. Just out of reach. Irritating me, meaning we can't actually retreat. Well, we killed a bird. Unfortunate. There must be some way to get on the other side of this. Part of me wonders if we had to go the whole way around in order to go through that bus. Well, I suppose we'll see what happens after we've gone into City Hall proper. Are you stalling? Alright, that was a strange effect to have. Fool on me for failing a spot check. I had assumed... Alright. I'd assumed this was just another corpse.
Who's there? It's okay. Harrison, right? I'm not one of them.
Congratulations.
Who are you? Don't worry. O'Neill sent me.
I thought I was the only one left.
I'm looking for the core. Where is she? Is she here?
Second floor, the stable field emitter.
Emitter? Forget about that. I'm here to find the core.
You must turn on the emitter. It will stabilize the environment. Without it, Union will completely collapse. Then the core won't matter. Turn it on. It will affect his power.
His power? You mean...
Take this. Use it to turn on the emitter.
Well, at least someone has some priorities. Fair enough. Well, thank you for your sacrifice, Harrison. In your last few moments, you at least appear to be a good man.
Another team member down. Wish I could have gotten more info. Don't worry, Lily. I'm still gonna find you.
Part of my food. Ooh, some red. Oh no, that's gunpowder. How disappointing. I'll happily take another syringe, though. This. This. Unfortunate. It appears the number. One moment. Excuse me. It appears the number of these actually have text on them, but they're so small as to be nearly illegible. Unlegible? Illegible? Unlegible? I'm curious as what they might actually say. Small shotgun ammunition. Plus. Report number 00977. Urgent structural issues. Status report. Expansion efforts put on hold. Retention of original map is paramount. In addition, fracturing of landmass and atmosphere control loss in daylight simulation has also been compromised. Countermeasures for system failures have been established, but receiving reports of previously uncategorized issues. Citizens are experiencing memory rewrites, also receiving reports of unexplained corporal dysmorphia and violent tendencies. Please advise. I open this. And first sort of business. Can I upgrade or upgrade anything? No high grade weapon parts, but it's petty, but still. I'd imagine that leads to more of the marrow. Or perhaps at least a mirror. Or perhaps it will lead to a small blockaded storeroom which we cannot enter. A strange choice and way to waste our time. Perhaps it'll open up after we've started up the stable field emitter. Again, absolutely no relation to the Scranton field generator. Shame we can't actually damage any of his equipment. Also, I feel that the shadow effect you were giving would be a little better if you didn't have a bunch of random photos all over the wall.
He's somewhere in here.
I saw that. Looks like he was still setting a few things up in here. Preparing for your mayoral debut. Lots of empty cabinets in the city hall. Also appearing very derelict. I approve of that, though. I feel that is meant to look very much like an eyeball.
What's this about?
Sebastian, you lose any moment of surprise you may have by talking. Some sort of recreation, perhaps. And then a recognizable woman? And some flowers. Well, what we're meant to do seems fairly obvious. What they blood? Why? Or at a game when you unfocus everything, you aren't focusing on anything. Roses. Though these flowers are beautiful, something seems off about them. You have a feeling that you should be extra careful with the thorns. This expensive-looking necklace features a large gemstone.
What's this? This camera's so old. Must mean something.
Really, Sebastian, that's the issue you take. The fact that it's an old camera. That's the part that strikes you as odd. Shh. Not the most terrible puzzle, although a bit simplistic. She appears to be missing her arms, however. Why can I still rotate you? Appreciate the art. Well, I have been, as much as you can call some of this wanton murder art.
It's ticking. The pendulum stopped.
Afterlife.
Who comes up with this stuff?
You already know who comes up with this stuff, Sebastian, not one specific person. Innocent gifts. Okay. Seems someone had a very particular muse. Glory. Well, this just seems gaudy. Dipping a bit into abstract there.
Appreciate the art. Fine. As long as it gets me closer to you, I'll play your game.
Another decapitated body found. According to KCPD, the body of a woman was found in Crimson City Park this morning. The victim has been identified as Emily Lewis, an aspiring model and actress. Her head has yet to be recovered, but examination of personal effects found at the scene led to identification. This is the latest in a string of unsolved homicides of a similar nature. Lieutenant James Van Kirk of the KCPD Homicide Division held a press conference where he confirmed our worst suspicions that Crimson City may be the hunting ground for a serial killer. Emily's longtime friend and photographer, Stefano Valentini, appeared heartbroken at the news. It's a terrible thing that happened to my lovely model. At least I was able to capture her essence forever before it was destroyed. And as it was destroyed. And after it was destroyed. Good morning, Gray. Glad to have you awake. Hopefully you rested well. And it's off on cue. There's my lovely Lily.
Hello.
And how are you faring, my dear?
I am awake.
Good. Well,
I am quite deep.
understandable. Well, on the bright side, Gray, you joined after seeing someone falling in slow motion with their head shot off, as well as the boss we had to fight. Seeing a few random pictures on the wall are the worst.
Still a cold case.
Oh, well, better than it could have been. But yes, as I said, hopefully you got some decent rest yourself.
It's Lily. This guy's playing with me.
Was that directed at me or the bot?
The bot.
Ah, fair.
There you are.
Thank you. So how are things going?
Decently enough. Got an upgrade for a medical pouch, took down a boss, now we're in City Hall.
Stuff.
Well, the serial killer wishes for us to appreciate his art, revealed himself as a serial killer. I didn't think that was in question. And has indirectly threatened Lily.
How dare that?
Picture of a door, how crass. Let me guess, you're going to take a picture as soon as I turn around.
Naturally so. It is my work, after all. Death preserved on silver nitrate.
Or not, I
Like a fly.
question the recorded audio.
Beautiful.
I'm not sure why that needed to be a thing, but alright. Ah, some more mannequins, delightful. Well, that actually appears to be a rather interesting and well-framed piece, as opposed to the shadow from earlier that was blockaded by various pictures. A shame that you decided not to actually turn the light on this one. Meanwhile, Gray, I'm glad at least rest occurred as opposed to not. Photo of murdered Mobius operative. The Mobius agent in the lobby of City Hall turned into another frozen display. Poor son of a bitch. If he wasn't dead before he got thrown off of there, he will be if he ever lands. Well, the sooner this is taken care of, the sooner he will land. In the meanwhile, it doesn't quite speak to the longevity of this game if I've already acquired half the files I can discover.
Another one. But what's he after?
Well, something appears to be creeping down the hallway. Having fun down there, Stefano. You are aware that we have a sniper rifle, correct? It would be a great shame if we were to, say, crouch down, line up a shot, and then... But we all know the game would not allow it. Alright, Stefano, what you have here is a mass of fingers. Very little is actually visible in these photos, except for fingers. Clearly, City Hall has seen better days. Although I suppose it's still a little better than City Hall and Fallout 4. Or did the stairs really need to be this long, Stefano? Well, this screams of a trap. And of fragments of a particular model. Well, that's mildly concerning. Ah, mannequins again.
What are these things?
Some very fleshy mannequins. Perhaps remnants of Stefano's collection. They aren't running at you the moment you turn your back, so that's a plus, I suppose. Though most of them appear to be running away from something. Not towards something. Scrawled messily on some kind of fancy card. Too beautiful to leave in the street. I had to display them. I wish that I could take credit, but it's nice to know that there are other artists in here with me. So I suppose this would be either these would be, or some others would be, a collection of other artists who had been in the Unity with Stefano.
Artists. Uh-huh.
Alright, Stefano, what you have done is copy and paste the exact same photograph over and over along a hallway, some of them curiously rotated 90 degrees. This is not art. This is what is known as lazy. And what you've done is rotate a few of them to look slightly less lazy, which has, in fact, resulted in more work being lazier. At least the red light is gone for now. We weren't here for it, but we were in this room prior. A very simple puzzle. Picked up a necklace and some roses, put them over there and rotate the mannequin, and we were able to take a picture and go down that hallway. It appears to have been a little toppled as of late.
Fair enough.
This has to be the emitter.
It sounds like we aren't alone in here. It is not going to be quite as simple as walking up and turning it on. Also a lot of cameras. Appears as though things aren't quite going to start.
Everything seems fine here.
The vast quantities of light bulbs also disturbs me. Stefano, you do realize that if you're trying to recreate the look of, what are they called, dark rooms? If you're trying to develop photographs or mimic the look of a room in which you develop photographs, having too many lights is counterproductive of capacities.
Authorization required. Please connect an authorized terminal.
Terminal? Must mean this communicator.
So will it be in front of us and flash us, or will the thing be behind us? Behind us it is.
You've been searching for me for so long, so I have come. But wait, it's not me you seek, is it? No, it's the girl. I should be offended.
You should be offended by the fact that we haven't popped your head in the last couple of times we saw you walking along.
You're not the only person who wants her power. There is another, one far more deserving. One who can offer rewards you could never imagine. So sorry, but you've been outbid. Fear radiates from you. It's beautiful, but not yet finished. I am Stefano.
We gathered.
And now you are my art.
Son of a bitch!
Ah, above us. Fair enough.
Meet my beautiful obscura.
It appears to have something written in acrylic on top of it.
Complete in 90 seconds.
That thing is stopping the emitter from activating.
Obscura is exactly the name some photography nerd would give to their monster.
Sebastian, the first order of business, how did it not see us? The second order of business, Sebastian, why did you have to reload? It's going to be a little difficult to draw a bead on it.
Shoot them both. It seems like a vulnerable one.
You have to try to find a good time for that. Well, that was certainly a graphically defined jump. Well, I can apparently shoot at the button, although as to how much it does, that seems questionable.
Yeah, definitely didn't have a noticeable effect.
Alright, I got it going.
There we are.
I just have to hold it off
there we
until
go.
the emitter starts.
80 seconds.
It's Bastion does say time to get off of the wall.
Seventy seconds.
I'd rather you not moan like that. Oh, that
The
did not appear actually
discomfort of its
harm.
noises is part of the art.
It is rather difficult to tell whether or not I'm actually having an effect on it.
I mean, it certainly did something before, but that is a surprisingly resilient flashbulb.
I'm not sure if it was actually intentional that it landed on there.
Did you maybe just accidentally shoot a light bulb by it last time, and that's what stunned it?
I doubt it. Fortunately, it doesn't actually appear to be able to do too much damage to us. Sebastian Krubit, there you are. Sebastian Krubit.
Oh,
Perhaps it
it's
just
definitely
is more
flashbulb.
resistant. Or perhaps it
Yeah.
got some invincibility frames when it was doing other things.
50 seconds.
I am still not regretting the upgrade to our stamina.
No, it seems useful.
40 seconds.
Oh, that was certainly quicker.
30 seconds. Seconds.
Sebastian, the flash was not directed at you. Truly, I do not know how and when I can actually harm this thing.
10 seconds.
Leastwise, because it had some sort of momentary defense against me the first time I shot at it.
Stable field emitter started.
And this is why we have seizure warnings up.
Great. Saved my own ass. But what am I supposed to do now? If he's gone, he didn't leave Lily here. Where did he take her? Should give Kibben an update about this. Shit.
Or not.
Maybe I'll get a signal outside.
Really, you'd think that the best signal we would get would be next to this thing. And looks like City Hall is back to normal. Meaning we have a fair amount of rampant looting. Why City Hall has gunpowder in it, who knows? I must say the creature reminds me somewhat of the lamp creature from the DLC of the first game, just throw in a bit of Alex from Clockwork Orange. Report 00213, Union Social Maintenance. A social facade maintenance. In order to maintain a conflict-free and obedient population, we must provide bureaucratic systems and increase the illusion of productivity. To that end, a city hall will be rendered to represent a seat of government. Each citizen will be required to submit for a series of licenses that will require several forms and accompanying fees. Content to be determined. Application team developing now. A mayoral election will be held in which citizens will be able to vote between two operatives of our choice, following standard real-world election processes already in place. New Union expansion renders will retain the Americana build mold, but retrograded by 30% to allow for citizen domicile improvement and individualization. Let's just say that the British man from A Clockwork Orange gets his jollies off while listening to Mozart. Or was it Beethoven? One of the two. I just used one of you. Well, that's fine. It's fast. Something of a waste of medical supplies, given the fact that the coffee should be percolated by now, but hey, the alternative is just leaving it here. Last break. Let's not head downstairs yet. That's fair enough. Lots of locked rooms in City Hall. At least the man who was falling appears to no longer be falling for now.
Does this man know how to open a door like a normal person?
He does,
Can't
but
believe
it's
these
faster to kick them
bastards
open.
use Lily like some kind of science experiment. And then they have the nerve to send me in to clean up their mess? It's like some kind of sick joke.
Yeah, but this doesn't seem like an urgent situation.
Well, he is tracking down his daughter, and stealth is not the name of the game at this very moment.
Yeah, but apparently he has time to scour every corner of this building for every bit of loot he can find before going after his daughter.
Would you prefer I just slowly walked, making sure to peer and traverse every single dark corner?
It would at least seem more realistic.
Carefully opening every door, politely waiting for it to close behind us.
Yes, I appreciate this holding to the kid.
Ah. Lovely.
All right, then. I figured that looked conspicuous.
Correct. A holdover from the first game. I'm not sure if
Right.
it's ever directly addressed in this game, actually, outside of, hey, there are keys, go and find them.
Seemed useful to have.
Actually, I should have been over there first. I wonder how the outside will look. No, we won't. Looks like we can also... No, this just leads over here. So I swear occasionally there's some form of slowdown, even though it's still at 60 FPS.
I don't know. Can you not just leave by the front door?
Potentially, but I'm curious as to if this way has been unblockaded. It has not.
I see.
If this does not get unblockaded at some point, I will be rather irritated. It's one thing to have an area you can get to easily enough to have nothing in it. It's just a slight waste of time, but having to climb down a conspicuous tunnel, just have it blocked. Don't make me
I mean,
crawl
there
down
surely
and
has
then
to
find
be.
it blocked.
There surely must be something there at some point.
The body's gone.
Damn it. Son of a bitch still has Lily. And now I'm back to square one again.
We've re-established contact with the marker agent, Kidman.
About time. Patch him through. Sebastian? Sebastian, are you there?
Kidman.
Suggest you not establish contact with the marker.
all right?
It never as well.
That psycho is still on the loose in here.
Plenty of zombies, though, and they don't need flesh.
That seemed to slow
We
him
just
down.
crop up out of nowhere.
But he got away. And he's got Lily. She must be so scared and alone. I've got to find her before he does something terrible to her. I'm so close. I can feel it.
We want to find her just
That's
as much as you do,
relatively
Sebastian.
normal out here.
Yeah, sure you do.
One should hope, given the
Don't want your
stable
precious
field emitter.
experiment to fail. It would be a real tragedy to waste all that time and money.
I was speaking for myself, not Mobius. I spent a lot of time with Lily during testing. She's a good kid. I don't want her to suffer. I know things are bad, but I have faith in you. You've got to stay focused so we can save her. Together.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. Thanks for the pep talk, Kidman.
Don't worry about it. But right now you need to figure out where he took her.
He said his name was Stefano.
Stefano. Copy that. I'll see what I can find out and send it to your room.
Okay. In the meantime, I'll check in with O'Neill. See if he can help me locate this psycho.
Sounds like a plan. Let me know if I can be of any help. And... Sebastian?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks. Gotta figure out where he took her.
Still plenty of corpses about, it seems.
Think I might have just
Yeah,
figured it out.
that doesn't
Not
look
doing
so
a very good
dorky.
job of hiding. It's almost as if he's taunting me. Well, if it's a fight he wants, he's gonna get it. I just have to find my way there. O'Neill, it's me.
I see the stable field emitter is back online. Please tell me you found the core and you're on your way back here.
Sorry. That lunatic still has her, but I think I have an idea of where he went.
Yeah, I see it too. I'm picking up the signal again, but now it's coming from the theater in the other part of town.
Right. Through the marrow again, I guess. May need a little guidance here.
I'm on it. Looks like turning the emitter back on stabilized some passages there. Exit D5 looks to be the one closest to the theater. I'm not totally sure what you'll encounter down there, so watch your back.
At this point, nothing would surprise me.
Never say that, it usually doesn't end well. Chapter 6, On the Hunt. Yes, the giant eyeball spider thing is a bit of a giveaway. Let's see, am I able to go back here now, or do I have to go around? Around it is. At least now we can actually leave this. It's not. Now that I can actually leave the arena, is it actually possible to go up those trees now? No, no it is not. Can I climb this now then? No, no I cannot. Perhaps I was meant to have let the boss try and destroy the car, some such. That's irritating because I see a number of pieces of loot back there. But no actually way to get back there. Well. Sally off. Oh, I hadn't looked over that prior. Alright. But I'm not sure who threw away a perfectly good fire axe, but I'll take it. But at least for the time being, it looks as though we will not be going down at that tunnel by City Hall. Incidentally, since neither of you two were around for it, there is also a shooting gallery.
Suppose that's always handy now.
It gives you a number of prizes, all of which I obtained. Sometimes coffee seems to have the opposite effect on me.
I can see how you obtained all those prizes. Oh, getting better on the second half.
Except for
That
this
guy's moving.
speedy bastard.
You're the best around, detective.
And nothing's ever gonna keep
Wow.
me down.
Oh. Amazing.
Correct. There's also what happens if you get a particularly bad score, for which I'll simply let this run down and take some time to sip some tea.
That is fair. Do you have coffee and tea?
Correct.
Really diversifying your caffeine intake.
One bittersweet spread of vanilla and potent caffeine.
You could use some work, detective.
Alright, it didn't say the fun line, although it is a fun rank.
Right, get your shit together. That's pretty good.
Let's see, I'll aim for a middling score. Let's see if 40,000. Alright, and we'll leave it at that. But yes, one bittersweet spread of vanilla, The other, more sedate and herbal.
Reasonable.
Can I move during this? Yes, I can. How are you faring, Tatiana? Finally finish your manicure?
I thought I was better than that. Disappointed!
There we are.
Okay. Not as good a rank name, though.
No. Really needed to fit in some levity. Clearly. Yes, before
I
that.
suppose the game could use some of it, yes.
Don't believe we have any new slides, but just to double check. Excuse me, little one.
Can you pet the cat?
No, alas.
Disappointed.
No new
At
ones.
least you can hang out with him. No, don't wave him away. Keep here.
Well, he was sitting in front of it. Occasionally they give you some goo once you've seen a new slide.
I see.
This is also where the random crossover things go.
Right.
A strange mask, which part of me assumes to be Corvo's from Dishonored, a weird mechanical animal of some sort, and a very small weapon of some variety.
Is it a lightsaber?
I don't believe so.
I mean, I don't know what else it would be.
They don't appear to show up on here, so who knows.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Take a look at some of the information I was able to dig up on your guy.
Stefano Valentini, artist. Yeah, that's him all right.
He's quite a flamboyant character. Seems he never reached the level of success that he wanted.
Sounds familiar. I know of another flamboyant artist who failed. Then he started World War II.
Let's hope this one isn't that bad.
Even if he's not, he still needs to be stopped.
Well, he has somewhat helped bring about the end of the world, so... Mobius profile, STEM candidate number 10045, Stefano Valentini. Union is in need of creative personality types in order to simulate a real-world scenario. While candidate number 10045 exhibits mildly egocentric tendencies, this can be chalked up to his artistic leanings rather than psychological issues. His background check reveals no living family members to raise concerns at his disappearance. The recruitment board recommends candidate number 10045 for STEM insertion. Stefano Valentini, date of birth 12/22/1985, born in Florence, Italy, currently resides in Crimson City, occupation artist. Crimson Post newspaper clipping. Yes, but is it art? By Susan Fye. January 13th, 2015. Shock, disgust, outrage. These are some of the public's reactions to artist Stefano Valentini's solo show at the Crimson City Gallery. For this critic, the reactions were just as wrong, but for an entirely different reason. While Valentini obviously sees himself as a provocateur, I merely see a mildly talented craftsman who attempts to create controversy with his simplistic vision. Reducing the female form to an assemblage of sexualized parts may work if it's done for the right reason, to highlight society's objectification of women, but Valentini seems content to merely revel in grotesquerie for the sake of titillation. Question: what's significant about this photo to you? This was my last picture as a war photographer. Taking it almost cost me my life. I was also responsible for my creative rebirth. It opened my eyes to the fact that there could be inherent beauty in abject horror. I may never take another photo with such meaning. Question: you mentioned that it almost cost you your life. Could you tell us more about that? Well, you've noticed my eye, of course. Laughs. There's still a little piece of shrapnel that the doctors couldn't get out. They said it was a miracle that didn't make it to my brain. It still aches sometimes, but I don't mind. It helps me to focus on what's really important. The beauty of life and suffering. The fundamentals of my art. Certainly quite a character.
Detective Castellanos, always a pleasure to see you.
It is certainly a stylistic choice to technically have the last row blockers hidden behind the penultimate ones, should they be open. Ah, some goo. No red gel at this very moment. Decisions, decisions. I suppose randomly surviving something that could kill us is always a good addition. Though while defiance is tempting, being able to recover a bit more health in dangerous situations is also quite useful. I could upgrade combat skills, but most of them are less kickback, reticle sway. There's extremely useful things, such as bullet time and bullet cascade, but obviously they are exceedingly pricey.
You've returned, and now you fully understand what you're up against. He's powerful.
He's also a sick freak.
But he is as driven as you are, and seeking the same thing. You are more alike than you'd care to admit.
I'm not like him. He's a murderer.
And there are no bodies strewn in the path behind you?
I'm not here to debate with you. Let's get going. I got stuff to do.
He has, to my knowledge, exactly one death actually on his hand, that being another mass murderer who was trying to drag everyone into a hellscape. And virtually all of his kills are people who have effectively already died and been made into some sort of brainscape zombie. And while they are seeking the same person, it is for vastly different reasons. I can't even begin to imagine what your argument might be, Tatiana. Back to the marrow. A handgun ammo pouch. Delightful. Same D5. This map does not quite help.
This must be the
That
studio I was
does.
talking about. Lily? This place is messing with my mind.
When has it not messed with your mind, Sebastian? Certainly a questionable amount of resources to have locked behind one of those. Another ammunition pouch, always good. Well, hello there. I never actually did replenish my handgun ammunition. Yeah, that's fine. I've been largely running around with 6 anyways. And I'm sure we'll find them all around here. Well, isn't that awkward? Both of them had the same scripted step up, and as a result had the exact same animation to break into.
They seem to have fallen out of unison.
The Predator upgrade is a little janky, but I don't regret getting it. The unique stealth kills from it are also fascinating.
I mean, certainly seemed effective.
Indeed. It also doesn't seem strictly necessary, as you can effectively recreate it by just pulling up behind them. So long as you have sufficient quantities of time and you're close enough. Well, I saw whatever that was, questioning what it was. Also a lot of suspicious white goo.
Whoa. What the hell is this stuff?
Perhaps we've had a visit from the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Whatever it is, it seems to slow us down when we're walking through it. And also forces us out of stealth. Alright, are you going to show us anything, or are you just going to suspiciously turn on?
Stop and listen to yourself, Myra. A secret society abducted Lily and staged her death? Do you realize how crazy that sounds?
But it's true. Why can't you understand that?
I know it's hard to accept, Myra. But she's gone. Our little girl is gone.
But I have proof. Look.
Myra, you're obsessed. You need rest. Once you get past this, you'll learn to accept...
No. I'll never accept it. If you won't help me, I'll find out the truth on my own.
Myra, you were right all along.
He's also intrinsically involved to a degree.
Why am I seeing this now?
Question being, how undrenched? Well, alrighty then. Well, I believe we can agree on one thing. That is not the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Maybe I can sneak past it.
Better question being whether or not we can kill it. Alright, you can hit me through walls. Alright, Sebastian. That was really not the time to... Sebastian, please. What am I even being hit by in this corner?
Probably the goo monster.
I gotta get the hell out of here.
Well, this room seems suspiciously large. That's about what I thought.
I thought this place was supposed to be fucking stable.
Stable is a relative term. Yeah, nature preserve. Exit D5, here we come.
I feel like goo monsters probably fall under pretty unstable.
Report number 00532 on displacement protocols. Specifically, emergency core displacement protocols. It is imperative that a missing core be replaced as soon as possible. A core that's been missing for even a few hours can affect STEM programming. If the core is missing for over 36 hours, emergency protocols must be instituted in order to prevent the core from escaping. Emergency protocols are only accessible for Mobius operatives with Alpha security clearance and can only be viewed on the narrow servers.
Do you have Alpha security clearance?
Not particularly.
It's unfortunate.
Granted, one might argue that I have Alpha security clearance to you, my dear.
No.
Someone's been watching. Lily. Whoever's been here was gathering data on her.
Don't move.
You're Mobius, right?
Shut up! Don't say a word. You're not one of us.
No, I'm not. Kidman sent me. Look, I'm here to help, okay? My name is Sebastian Castellanos.
You're lying. Sebastian Castellanos is dead.
What? No. Who told you that?
Ironically, probably Kidman.
Turn around.
Given the fact that
Do it slow.
the reason you got out was because she told everyone you were dead. Incidentally, she doesn't seem to be in any trouble for that.
You're Yukiko Hoffman.
How do you know my name?
I told you. They sent me in here to find my daughter Lily. The core. I'm telling you the truth.
I know.
You do?
Lack of microexpressions and deflection. No verbal parroting. I've seen enough to know you're telling the truth.
Right. The team psychologist.
I have to use whatever tools I have to survive.
Well, she's not wounded or dead, so that's a plus. Well, I suppose somewhat wounded.
Combat isn't my forte.
Not as wounded. Some red
Seems to be a running theme here.
Sorry for pointing my gun at you. So they're sending independent contractors now? That means things aren't improving. Have you found any other team members?
I would hardly call us a contractor, but...
Liam is alive? Good. Has he made any progress on stabilization?
The big emitter's back on, but this place is still falling apart. And I think it's all because of this psycho that kidnapped Lily. He's running loose in Union, and can manipulate this place at will.
That means my theory is correct. This is more than a core disconnect. We doctors don't like to use the term psycho in pejorative terms. But in this case, it's apropos. Only a clinically diagnosed psychopath could affect STEM like this. A psychopathic personality type using Lily to amplify his power. This is the worst possible situation.
You're a shrink. Any suggestions on how to defeat him?
Psychopaths are antisocial, lack empathy, and exhibit sadistic tendencies. But their main commonality is their pathologic egocentricity. They don't care about people, only themselves. Can you think of anything that would be important to him?
Yeah. He thinks he's some sort of artist. It's all he talks about.
Then maybe the best way to attack him would be through his art. Destroying something valuable to him could knock him off of his guard.
I'll keep that in mind. But I've got to get to him first. He's holed himself up in the theater.
Right. So exit D5 then. It's right here. Just in the next room.
Convenient.
Let's pair communicators so that we can stay in touch. I'll review my files and see if I can't dig up any more information about what's going on. I still feel like there's more to this. Regardless, he's probably going to be difficult to fight. Feel free to help yourself to anything here you might need.
Oh, don't worry. I was planning on doing that anyways.
So does Lily really think I'm dead? Or was that just a part of your lie detecting test?
Sorry to break it to you, but she does. I thought it was the truth too, until just now. But over the years, I've learned to take everything Mobius tells me with a pinch of salt. It wasn't difficult to see you were telling the truth.
Why would they do that? What kind of monsters do you work for?
I know it's not right. But consider this. Lily is probably less traumatized by thinking you're dead than by thinking you're alive, but she can't be with you.
Yeah, maybe. But what will happen when I finally find her?
Don't worry. She'll believe the evidence of her eyes once she sees you.
If Mobius knew to keep psychopaths out of STEM, then how did one end up in here?
I don't know. Every individual in STEM was subjected to a battery of psychological exams prior to placement. And we've been observing them from here, in secret, to keep an eye out for mental instability.
Yeah, well that didn't work.
Unfortunately, psychopathy and sociopathy are incredibly difficult to diagnose correctly. Psychopaths tend to be cunning and highly intelligent. Aware of their own diagnosis, they're able to disguise themselves among us. The fact that this one was able to fool us, he's obviously adroit and self-aware. Disturbingly so.
Great. So the tests only filtered out the weakest of psychos.
I feel terribly responsible for all of this.
You perhaps consider a secondary simulation to stick everyone in, or perhaps a long-term battery as opposed to just a couple of questionnaires followed by plugging them into the mainframe.
You said you think there's something more to this?
I studied the Beacon incident extensively,
Ridiculous
so
idea.
that we could avoid another disaster like that. In that case, the person in question was the core. But even then, the environment remained relatively intact. Something just doesn't seem right here.
What do you mean?
The creatures in here. The dissolution of Union. The total breakdown in communication with Mobius. It just seems like a lot for one person. Even with the power of the core.
He mentioned someone before. Another person who wanted the core's power.
That could mean... No. It's too horrible to contemplate.
Well, you better start
There's only one thing
contemplating.
that could be more powerful than a psychopath in here. But I need to do some research before I can commit to the theory.
Perhaps you should elaborate upon the theory rather than keeping it to your grave. Coffee. Fortunately, the coffee heals any damage the scalding hot, fresh from the percolator liquid might do to us. Email core candidates to all concerned from Operative Grisham. Lily Castellanos' initial findings. The ideal core candidate must have an unfettered ego in order to retain their own personality while supporting the interlinked minds of many others. Given these parameters, there are only two possible candidate types: egomaniacs with psychopathic tendencies, or children. We all know what happened the last time an egomaniac with psychopathic tendency was in STEM, so a child is our best bet. Having access to standardized school test results, we were able to narrow down our options. We feel that we found the ideal core candidate in Lily Castellanos. Her tests show that she not only has a guileless ego, but she also exhibits incredibly advanced empathy for a child her age. We are sending her to Dr. Hoffman for further testing. Which also means the good doctor here is also part of the reason why Lily is in this place. What is it almost allowing me to interact with it? Oh, I see. Alright. I feel I should not have been able to do that. Union Post Plus. As opposed to Post Minus, I suppose. Some high-grade weapon parts. Question being what to use them on. Well, I do suppose we have a slide to look at now. Excuse me, little one.
Pick up, Kidman.
I'm here.
The first time I saw Myra, she was wearing that uniform. I think I fell in love with her right then and there. I didn't want to admit it to myself. But after she was injured on duty, I knew I couldn't risk not telling her how I felt. She was such a great wife and mother that I sometimes forget she was a great detective, too. She was right. She knew there was something fishy about Lily's death. I mean, kidnapping. I should have believed her from the start.
There's no way you could have predicted the truth, Sebastian. You know this.
Yes, what parent could possibly predict that their child would be kidnapped by an underground organization seeking to put everyone inside the Matrix? And to that extent, they ran their daughter through a psychological test, decided to pick her up by burning down his house and also killing the nanny.
Yeah, that's a rough call to make.
And also along the way, he would end up at a hospital/insane asylum, which another psychopath was plugged into, and turned into a veritable hellscape. Thank you, little one. I'm not sure where you're finding these, but I appreciate it. A resonance point.
Just need to get into that storage room outside. Damn it. Can't feel my hands
Well, I have some bad news about that. Steven's probably not doing terribly well either. Well, that means there's some sort of big weapon somewhere around here.
All right. The theater. I'm coming for you.
Yes, another one of those things.
I don't know what I'm looking at, but I don't like it.
Well, fortunately, you didn't have to look at this one terribly long.
Yes, it certainly went down quicker than I was anticipating.
A waste of an axe, but so it goes. Unfortunately, it won't let me stealth kill those ones like that. But on the bright side,
I feel like it probably should have been slightly harder than that to lose it.
for better and for worse, it seems a number of these things. What is that? That's just far. Seems a number of these things have a bit of a limited range, although I am surprised as it not just trying to run completely after me. Well,
Really weird that you cannot do some kind of coup de grace when it's just laying on the ground.
It's rather irritating. Unfortunately for me, that bush is just small enough to where it's terribly inconvenient to take care of her. I have a new axe at least. So do I have a proper map of it? Somewhat. Oh, that has side sections in the city hall area. I guess this was where I was. Or that it doesn't have the thing on the outside rather than having the sun lock on the inside, but hey. Well, evidently I could have stabbed it at some point, but decided to be just a little bit janky. Another axe. Hopefully I'll still be here by the next time I come by. I'm somewhat concerned about that glaring down at us. I wasn't expecting it to cough up a fuse, but I can hardly complain. Well, I'm sure that'll be a problem once we get there.
There's a lock on this door. It looks like if I had a key, I could open it.
I was going to be sarcastic, but this is actually boarded up.
So this door, he can't just kick out.
No, because it's locked.
Body parts reassembling into a monster. Sure, why not? No. Oh god. Body parts reassembling into a monster. Sure, why not? I'm not surprised by anything I see in here anymore. Won't happen again.
Sounds familiar.
I'll burn these before they can change.
Fair enough.
Did that arm just twitch? Shit. No. Oh god. No.
Not very good at running away, evidently. Well, I'll be honest, I was not expecting her to suddenly fall from the sky.
No, that was certainly a surprise approach.
You too certainly have a fair amount of ammunition.
There we go.
Wasn't quite expecting to run into her again. Rather annoying. Oh well. And down, simple enough. Although I do suppose it gave a little less goo than previously.
That's you, I think.
Yes, thank you, dear.
I was not sure.
Would you rather I sneezed into the microphone, perhaps?
I mean, no.
am amused that you can park various car alarms in order to attract attention. I just question putting it on a bus where you have to crawl into the thing. Yeah. Actually needed that. Well, alrighty then.
I'll be right back.
Alright. It seems it's slowly extending its tendrils throughout this section. Just another one of these things. Well, alright, I suppose one good shot to the face will do them in once it's been upgraded. Delightful. That one just had a last scream, and some goo would be nice, but I do appreciate the weapon parts. It would be nice to have a sun leading behind the train car, but I suppose they're just there. Yeah, Juke done. A sniper rifle ammo pouch. Very nice. And some handgun bullets. Alright. Unfortunate, but in a place like that, I suppose it's fair. Although the way it happened is a little... Ah yes, I love fruit soda. Well, various electronic things coming on their own is never a good sign. Well, hello there. Ah, great, and it knows our name. Well, it appears to have gone straight through the window. It's not as if it particularly cared about walls and doors.
From me.
It appears to exist in the mirror now. Well, at minimum, it opened the door for us. My, doesn't this look like Beacon? Reminds me of a particular bathroom.
That's me from back then.
Wearing a better outfit. Hello there. Lots of places to explore. Or perhaps not as much if they all lead to the same place. We're going to have to figure out what leads where.
Something I'm not seeing.
All the lights are off, so that can't initially be it. Perhaps it's shown there. Yes, one door is lit up. Second on the left then. Yeah, first on the left. At least it seems to remain consistent, so theoretically we can well, that was odd. Downside being that unless we trial and error it, we're going to need to make it to the mirror each time.
Oh, shit.
First or second on the right. Well, that was odd, but it appears we're back.
Why is that thing chasing me again?
Well, at least he has another slide for us. Appears to be a safe house right there. Oh, world. Nice. You both have a mirror, so it's a bit of a moot point. We'll go back to that one just since we've cleared everything there. To get some more ammunition. Very loud and rumbly, aren't you? Oh, sort of business. Let's take a look at that slide.
It's me, Kidman.
Good to know you're still there, Sebastian.
After Beacon, I tried to make some sense of what happened to me. But everyone said I was delusional. Or hiding the truth. I started to believe that maybe they were right. That maybe I was crazy. I felt so frustrated. Useless. Drinking was the only thing that killed the pain. So much time wasted. I could have tried harder. Shit.
Don't beat yourself up, Sebastian. When Mobius doesn't want to be found.
Don't make excuses for me, Kidman. I fucked up.
Look, Sebastian, this isn't the time to dwell on the past. This is the time to make up for it. Self-pity is what led you to drink in the first place. You have a chance to get back what you lost. Don't lose sight of that.
Harsh, but true. You're right, Kidman. Thanks.
To check something and plug my phone in real quick. Yes, even I have a newfangled piece of technology. Granted, how else would I be doing things such as thank you to be playing video games if not for a computer?
Relax, Detective. How may I assist you?
Well, you could always tell me which safety deposit box has what inside it. Ah, some handgun bullets. Just what we needed. Why don't you close it?
You seem more at ease, Detective. You've found a possible ally in this dangerous world.
Not sure about that. I never know who to trust in here. Present company included.
A shame.
Gosh.
After all we've been through together. Isolation and distrust aren't symptoms of mental illness, but they are unfortunate byproducts of it. Closing yourself off from others does nothing but agitate your condition. You are human. You require connection the way a plant requires light.
The only connection I require right now is to your machine. I've still got a long road ahead of me.
Well, it depends on the humans in question, and the mental illness in question. I suppose we should grab this. A 1 in 3 chance of dodging attacks isn't terrible. Many things are locked behind a red goo upgrade aside from more combat abilities. No, that's just recovery speed, not quantity. That's not a kind of vitality. And for now, I want to say about
I return.
welcome back, my dear.
Thank you.
Just taking a pit stop to upgrade and get some more ammunition. See, we do have a Ah, this will allow us to perform a sneak kill on an enemy with only smoke bolt. I'm not sure how many places will be able to take advantage of that, but... And we'll simply have to save up for that. Now then, before we run back out into the thick of it, I will start an ad break and step away to use the restroom. In the meanwhile, you have a mood to observe.
Do not observe. Turn off your monitors while he is gone.
But they'll still be able to hear you, my dear.
Not if I don't speak.
Oh, you would let my stream languish just because you don't wish to be perceived. And here I thought you enjoyed being put on display.
Oh.
At any rate, we'll be back in 3 or more minutes. Alright, my apologies, should wait. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, my dear. Why are you glowing blue? Yeah. That's alright. You also happen to miss a encounter with a particular ghostly creature who can't harm and can walk through walls. May have something to do with vegan. And there's another one of
Alright,
those. Lewis Fashion got the axe. Well, a few more of them than I expected. Well, I'd say that was rather effective. I was going to comment earlier on the small likelihood of us actually encountering a group of enemies that would necessitate the use of a smoke bolt with the new static upgrade, but conveniently they gave us one right here. Grab the gun pot, there we go. Is that victory? I don't believe so. Water conducts electricity, thank you. You are extremely late on that tutorial. Some of them appear to have learned how to form a cult. What even? Yes, yes, come here. invisible wall. Oh, well. Alright, Sebastian, I suppose you don't have to go up there if you don't want to. Well, I suppose we're not going in there. On the bright side, should we ever run out of healing items, we'll be able to manufacture a fair quantity. Meanwhile, we are at the Devil's Own tap room. Unfortunately, no music to tap dance to.
No, that's not what the tap is referring to, right?
I can see the bar, but there's a jukebox right where it stands.
No, it doesn't.
Well, how can one dance about music? In fact, it also seems to be rather dry, given all the bottles we find are empty. The final entry in this well-worn journal, because the great detective can only read the final page, it appears. The tap room's been booming. Business is good. Lots of new faces in Union these days. They're arriving by the trainload, and they're thirsty. If it keeps up like this, they'll finally be able to afford some beer taps. Pete complains about the crowds, but I say the more the merrier. He's always been cantankerous, but lately he's been acting extra weird. He sits there in his usual spot, giving new customers a stink eye and mumbling to himself. I've cut him off, but he's always been my best customer. It's certainly an interesting piece of art. Well, that's just here, I suppose. The frames actually did drop a little that time.
Sounds like someone's in trouble. Damn, he's gonna get mauled.
Well, right here, I'll really decide to just go all in. Like Sebastian. And that's why we have bottles.
can get the jump on them.
The camera is doing something extremely weird with these, given the fact that it doesn't seem to want to actually focus on what I'm aiming at.
Gotta be more careful with these things.
I have to remember to grab that herb later. So you are shooting at everything but the monsters. Sure, just keep screaming and attracting their attention. I got this. Probably due to the wanton use of gunfire. Alright, the site still being highlighted, just decided no, not anymore.
Saved my ass. I didn't think anyone would come.
You're from the search team. How did you end up here?
I was looking for something.
And what would that be?
Look, it's dangerous out here. Come to my safe house so we can talk.
Lead the way.
Come on.
I'll be with you now, Jesse. What is happening to that one? Something is horribly wrong there.
Come on in. They can't get in here. Thanks again for helping me out. I'm Sykes.
Sebastian Castellanos.
Castellanos, huh? I've heard of you.
What are you told
You
that they were
survived the
dead?
Beacon incident, right?
How do you know that?
I'm a STEM programmer, but I've got other skills too, like hacking information systems. I know all kinds of things that nobody else knows, not even other members of the team.
Then you know who Lily is.
Yeah. We're all trying to find her.
A dangerous thing to admit, given who you work for,
right.
But
if you can't help me with that, then we've got nothing else to discuss. Good luck.
Hey, hold on. We might still be able to help each other out.
This better be good.
Look, There's a bunch of stuff in here that you could probably use. And you can have it for saving me out there. You want to hear my proposal? Come on back to me.
All right, I'm all ears. How can we help each other?
I need you to restore the server inside the mirror. It should be easy enough as long as none of those freaks are around.
Well,
Here's where it's
looking
located.
back, there's going to be a bunch of them around.
Hold on, I haven't agreed to anything yet. What's in it for me?
It's nice that we finally have a map of the mirror.
I can open up all the locked supply caches for you.
And what's in it for you?
If you get the server on, I may be able to find another way out of Union.
A convenient thing for everyone who isn't us.
There's really a way to get out of Union?
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure as hell gonna give it a try. They've lost contact with STEM. We're totally cut off. If we don't find the core, we're all gonna die in here. Unless I can figure a way out.
How is that possible?
You really want me to waste your time talking a bunch of technical gibberish?
Yes.
All I have to do is turn it on. How did the server go offline in the first place?
All I'm saying is if you turn on that server, I can give it a shot. Look at this place. It's breaking apart out there. I'm surprised anything is working. But then again, Mobius probably turned it off themselves. They've got all kinds of emergency protocols in place.
And you're questioning the almighty Mobius?
Hey, I don't mind being a grunt. But the moment I become expendable, well, that's when I start to look for the
Do
heads of
you
doors.
think
What
you'll
I'm
be
saying?
any less
Yeah,
expendable
I do.
after getting
So-
out of here?
You gonna help me out or not?
Speaking of locked
Those
supply
are lies,
caches,
but I could get it open if you're willing to help.
The cup's disgusting.
Only one I've got, man.
well, that was just rude, Sebastian. And the mirror, very convenient. Not that we're going to use it just this moment. Well, that's not a good sound. Ah, that would explain the sound. What are those things? This thing is about the only reason why I would consider getting the melee upgrade. Since they can survive 2 stealth attacks and 2 of the fire axe attacks. Alright, Sebastian, I did not want you to climb up there, but evidently they managed to lose us, so I can't complain that much. Sounds like there might be another one nearby. Alright. He did not want to walk on top of that. There's some sort of collision shenanigery going on there. Suffice it to say, we're not going to theatre yet. Plenty of other things to do. shotgun ammo. Ah, great, and we can't sneak up on this one. Alright, you don't have to stomp about everywhere we walk. Sanctuary Hotel, eh? Well, clearly it must be important, given the fact that they decide to give it a proper name. Some ammunition, some health, some herbs, a roaring fire, some vending machines. Clearly, someone set out a number of amenities for us. Except for working percolators, evidently. Well, looks like someone decided to get a little handsy in the machine. I didn't want to hit that one again, but alright. There we go. Fortunately, it doesn't appear as if we can actually take a look at the guest registry. Although I am somewhat amused to see the studio logo on that page. Also a lot of randomly empty picture frames. There's that painting again. No, this is a different painting actually. Two separately lit paintings simply sitting there. I can only imagine they'll be relevant to us later. Yes, not right now. Alright, apparently those knock us back if we walk into them. Hadn't actually meant to make contact, but apparently I was close enough for me to rolled it once I went into that. Yes, yes, you're large and growly and big and spooky. I don't care. Someone appears to be having fun over there. Back to pile dragging. Delightful. Unfortunately, I can't actually take cover behind the crates. Well, that was a poor decision. Oh, okay. I can take cover behind this, though. Sounds like there's at least one more of them up ahead. Why they're assembling these piles, we may never know. Apparently, those larger creatures may or may not have assembled themselves out of those piles, but then again, it didn't care about them being set on fire. And the pile was still there after it was made, so... Do you think the rats are a symptom of the corruption in here, or are they simply there because someone decided to program in rats? Because it would be suspicious if there weren't random vermin in Utopia. We may have found the name is. Yeah, suffice to say, they are most certainly not making it back to the safe point. Yeah, storage room key at least.
Where there's a key, there's a lock. Wonder where it could be.
Really pulled the if there's a key, there's a door. Just...
I'm trapped. Gotta get out of here. All I wanted was to find the APC and get the hell out of here. Help! Can anybody hear me? Oh god. I'm gonna die in...
Well, there's an invisible wall preventing us from getting away from what's likely to happen.
Looks like I won't
As if on cue. Let's get out of this narrow hallway post haste. Ah, there she goes, assembling herself. Alright, Sebastian, this is why we don't randomly climb up on things when we're running away. Alright, that was my bad. Of course she had to stumble forward at just that moment. And down another one goes. A little more than the last, well, either a little more or a little less. Otherwise, still a decent chunk of goo. And back to the safe house. I suppose I've investigated the bulk of the town. That just leaves a storage shed to break into and the marrow to get back into. It's surprising dearth of any statues, or perhaps I've just been missing them. Part of me can only assume this is meant to be a trap for the monsters back over there, but you would have to awkwardly kind of just lure them from that circle back there and over here, where you could use a very specific weapon in order to take care of them, or you could just shoot and destroy one of them and make them burn the others. Why even have that hydrant there? Why even have these train cars here if there's not going to be anything in them? Except for two of the weird dog-like ones. I don't see any statues. I didn't really see any loot. They're just here. Just once again confirming there was nothing of value in here. It's a shame. Alright, to the storage shed. You would be the storage shed. Which has another one. Alright. Well, you look like you've had a bad time. We'll have to keep in mind there's an axe in here. Granted, we will be happy to come back for you, so hopefully it'll be marked. Bright side, something that isn't locked is you. What are you? shotgun. A full-barreled shotgun. This medium-range pump-action shotgun has a long barrel, giving it a longer range to do damage.
Yeah,
Delightful.
that's more like it.
That was... ah. Well, that's the problem. And unfortunately, we aren't quite in place to hide.
Shit!
Unfortunately, it seems she was only here to spook us, rather than actually try and kill us. Sure, but why not? Alright, back into the mirror we go. Sort of business. I don't believe I saw anywhere to craft ammunition in there, so... I don't believe we have a new slide. That doesn't hurt to check. We do not. Sorry for the bother, little one. How much goo do we have? We have a fair amount of it. Thanks to two of those stumbling corpse piles.
Detective Castellanos. Good to see you again.
Indeed. It's always good to see you, Tatiana. Even if I prefer you had a few more voice lines. Quite for how far we are, there are quite a lot of lockers, so I wonder if there are any keys restricted to higher difficulties. Oh yes, we need more red gel. A shame, but fair. Doing fairly well in regards to the upgrades, least-wise because we're avoiding the combat tree, as it doesn't really have much value to give except for the decreased weapon sway. And back to the marrow we go.
I think I'm gonna go just chill for a little.
That's fair enough, dear. I was planning on wrapping up in about half an hour anyways. I do thank you for coming on.
I was somewhat surprised you were still going this long, but then I realized you, of course, started a little late.
Yes. That as well. Occasionally I do go for longer streams, depending on how things are going. But
Yeah,
occasionally I
that's
just have to make up things. But I am glad that Gray managed to pop in chat, despite his usual distaste for this sort of thing. And I'm always glad to
Yeah.
have you about.
Yeah.
Have a good evening, and I love you.
I love you too. Hope the rest of the stream goes well.
Thank you, dear.
However long that may be. Alright. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Alright, not the door I thought I was opening, but alright. There's also quite a lot of rooms randomly locked in here. At any rate. Which also means that this is not a room we should be going into, period, seeing as it's off the map. Or it's just not available right now. Whereas that is just a complete dead end. I can only imagine some of this will be opening back up later. A bit less of a big white mess this time around. Forgive me for frequently checking the map, as each time I look at it I'm truly only paying half attention. Mostly to check the immediate next room. Yes, it appears to have completely cleared itself out. What is... Ah, just an overturned table. Well, hopefully this will open up right after we turn that on.
Seems like that worked.
Unfortunately, they appear to have come online on their own. I was right to be paranoid. Having fun there.
Shit.
Alright, the game has decided. I'll be taking that. Used up some of our freshly crafted ammunition, but at least we were able to kick them down. Though had I known they both had axes, really I should be more willing to use those axes. Yes, more of them. One of them has an axe. There are two axes back there. Thank you, Sebastian, for having no follow-through. Hello, how are you doing? Goodbye. Well, the axe that one of them had appears to have vanished into the ether. Perhaps it's the one there, having bounced off the wall, but as far as I'm aware, whenever they've thrown it at me in the past, they've simply had another in hand. Oh, we have a spare right here. This. Quite inconvenient that after a bunch of smooth sailing, all of these enemies appear to have crawled out of the non-existent woodwork. Incidentally, smoke bolts don't work on these. Nice and easy. Could have sworn I saw something else glowing white. Perhaps that was just a light on the floor. Still locked. Still presumably empty. Yes, I've been in there prior. Still recharging. Incidentally, he will in fact kick the doors automatically should you be running will tilt into them. A good girl. For that one, apparently. And a great weapon part. Always delightful to find. I'm not sure if I looked around in this little spot. You know, I recall that party on the fence. Here we go, sucks. Before we talk, let me just silenced handgun. This semi-automatic pistol has been equipped with a sound suppressor which reduces gunfire noise, but also reduces damage. If used carefully, single enemies can be lured away from groups. Very useful, if particularly situational. Potentially could even do a range stealth approach if you only upgraded the handgun damage, but for now I will be sticking with the laser sight.
The server is online.
Yeah, I'm already in. I unlocked the supply containers just like I promised. See if you can open that one there.
A little late on the draw there.
Thanks again for helping me out. The hard part comes next.
Can you really do it? Get out of Union?
Like I said, I'm gonna give it my best shot. But there's a ton of data I gotta scrub through before I can even start. I just hope I can do it before this place turns into a pile of gravel and guts. It's gonna take me a while.
Well, it's pretty close to that, regardless.
So what happens if you get out of Union?
If I can make it out of the Mobius building alive, first thing I'm gonna do is disable my damn chip.
Chip?
Yeah. Everybody in Mobius has got a subdermal chip in their head. Sorta like an RFID, but way more advanced. And I mean everybody. From the administrator all the way down to the guy who cleans the toilets.
And you submit to that willingly?
Like they say, membership has its privileges. That chip will open a lot of doors for you if you got one. The downside is, with that chip in place, they can make my life a living hell if they think I disobeyed them.
I guess you can worry about that if you make it out of
And
here.
they won't once you've disabled the chip? You don't think they'll attempt to find you?
I might be interested in getting out of here too.
You're welcome to, but I'm not gonna wait around for you. I'm leaving here as soon as I find a way. Your best bet is to hang out here with me and wait until I figure this out.
No way. I'm not leaving this place without Lily.
Theoretically, if you find her, you'll restore this place and get yourself out.
I'd prefer to take Lily out the back door with me. Mobius just wants to plug her back into STEM. And God knows what they've got planned for me. If we
That's
could just
fair,
get out when they're
but
not looking.
once you're out,
Well,
they'll likely
either way,
just
I've got a lot of work
shoot you in the
Otherwise,
head.
nobody's using the back door.
Let's pair up our communicators. Call me before you leave.
Yeah, okay. Good luck out there.
Now then, we have one more thing to check before we end the stream. The theater. Quite a decently sized parking lot with a decently sized hall. And there's a statue weapon looking for you. Let's see if there's anything right over here before we go around. Fortunately, I just doubt Sebastian will be climbing cars to get over. Cafe and bakery, actually. Let's see if there's anything in here. This must be the first one I got a fuse from. Those look familiar.
What the hell are these things about? Damn it. Lily's inside there.
It's alright.
You did not appreciate my beautiful Obscura's performance. Perhaps this one is more to your liking. Listen.
No! Somebody help me!
I'm preparing my greatest work yet, but you are not worthy enough to witness it. Not until you learn to respect my art. Listen. Listen to their screams. The echoes of my work.
Respect art, huh?
The only thing I'll respect is when you breathe your last quiet, pointless little breath. Not a gasp, not a scream, not even a whimper. Father's Nightmare tonight only. Run to the core, Friday Late Show. White Fog, Sunday Matinee. Ship shot? Something shot. Snapshot, fair enough. I don't like you. Well, we already know where the pieces are, fortunately. Fortunately, they are properly marked on the map. Apparently we should have gone to the theater first. No. Well, we'll take care of these two pieces of art, then we'll save it a bit.
So this is his art? It's just a photo. I'm gonna stab the shit out of you.
Well, evidently the art didn't quite like that. Well, I can't actually focus on that, unfortunately. It also looks like we'll have to find a key first.
Gotta find a key or something.
Don't cry. You're becoming art. You shall be part of my Obscura.
I was about to note that the floor reminds me of the carpet from The Shining. Except, of course, made of apertures.
Less malleable than clay, softer than marble. It really is the perfect medium. Oh, I can't concentrate like this. A sculpture doesn't need a tongue.
What, and you think that she's going to stop screaming just because you cut her tongue out? If anything, I'd imagine that would increase the screaming. Looks like we have a few problem children to deal with. Sebastian, why did you not? Sebastian, you are very weird when it comes to changing cover. Some scratch damage, once again due to Sebastian's lack of a proper follow-up. Well, that was simply bad. Well, at least Fauna was giving us a decent enough quantity of goo. Come on, Sebastian. Seeing as we can only walk through this hallway.
Well, there it is.
Well, alright. Lisa Crane. Can I even step over any of these? Or disable any of that? It's also very generous of him to set these out in such a way that lets us crawl under them.
Okay, Hoffman. Hope you're right about destroying these things. Here we go.
One down, one to go.
Destroying that freak's work was actually therapeutic, but I'm not done yet. One more.
No reason not to stop at a safe house and have a quick cup of coffee, although it might still be regenerating. Lovely. Evidently, I'd not been down that way yet. A bowl of low curved position, although this might be the only instance actually. Ballerina with
Let's finish
lace.
this.
Locked again. This. It's like we have to deal with that thing. Perhaps this time we can actually kill it.
You again.
You... Well, we found the key today, right?
This should get me close to that art. Shit. Maybe I can sneak by it.
Come over. Hello, Timmy. Hopefully you're faring well. Martin has decided not to let me properly appear around the corner. At least it's hitting me a little harder this time. No, Sebastian, I want you to aim. appreciate it not. But come along now. Well, your lovely obscura is no more. Disgusting piece of trash and an absolute waste of parts. The pool of blood is more artistic than that monstrosity.
Made it. Hopefully I'm done with those things for a while.
Or so there's a odd shading issue. See if I can actually walk up to this one new. It's not. Maria Crane. Sisters, perhaps? At least if I recall correctly, that the last one was a crane. We're also back to Twin Peaks inspiration, it seems. So, Sebastian, or within range, please. There we are. It's quite convenient that these things implode after a single slash of the knife. That's all it takes is a flash of the blade.
That's both of them. Should have done the trick. Better head back to the theater and see if I can get in.
Well, we'll do that next time. For now, let's head back and save. Don't have enough weapon parts for that upgrade. We do have enough goo for some of those. No red goo on that.
You look like you could use some help, Detective.
Not quite what I need,
Back
but I'll
again,
take it.
Detective. You seem able to navigate this broken world.
Yeah, but it's not easy.
Nothing is easy in this place. But a broken mind in a broken world. Maybe there's a reason that you're here.
That's a grim way of looking at it.
I'm merely pointing out something that would be apparent if you were able to step outside yourself. But perhaps stepping outside yourself isn't what you need. Maybe you need to go further inside yourself.
Well, this is about as inside as we can get for the time being. Still no wrench in, but... Why not? May help in some close combat scenarios. Alright, let's restock on ammunition, and that'll be that for now. These big bosses have gradually been draining us of some resources, but... we'll need 400 to 400 more before we can get that. We'll get that after the fact. This would also imply that the default percent chance of actually doing critical damage when shooting an enemy's weak point is 1%. I know I'm saving up, but alright, and that will be that. Alright. Just as a reminder for the upcoming schedule, the author should perhaps, maybe, possibly be streaming Lies of P on Friday, depending on a number of factors, up to and including the retrograde of Mercury. Next Monday, he should be back with more XCOM 2. The Bird Brain will hopefully be starting off like he should have this week. And of course, I will be back on Wednesday. Exactly what we'll do on Wednesday is up for debate. And then next Friday, I'll be continuing the Elo event too. My thanks to everyone who came in, Theo at the start, Timmy most recently, and of course my Gray and Lily. Of course, my thanks to everyone who might view this on the YouTube or viewing the vault on Twitch. And for now, I hope everyone has a good evening, stay safe, stay well, and eat well.